Well, that was a tad bit on the unexpected side of things. Sorry I wasn't here when you folks got in. I kind of had a last-second bathroom emergency that needed to be handled. Cat, shut up. Alright, let's see. The next one is 30, so 5:30. So at 4:30, and it's Dalai Lama. Alright, that takes care of that. Gets that ready. Now to finish the process for start of stream. The fuck are you doing, Cat? Ugh. La dee da dee da. Da 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 da. I realize there's still 6:20 left in the second quarter of the game. But how is KC down 10-0 to the Los Angeles Chargers? I mean, shit. KC won the fucking Super Bowl this last year. Although, I'll reiterate once more that had the officiating not been as absolutely fucking terrible as it was this last year, I don't think KC would have made it to the Super Bowl. I mean, the Lions and the Dolphins, just to name a couple of teams that got fucked by piss-poor officiating, stood a very solid chance of making the bowl this last year, if that hadn't happened. But it did. Here the fuck we are. So now we got KC as defending champs. I've watched 3 or 4 of their games so far this year. And while sure they usually pick it up a fair bit in the second half, like I would even say last quarter and a half of the game,
Kunsel and I are being sent to investigate the Mako reactor in Fort Condor.
Zach, somehow I feel this is the last time we'll see each other.
Just kidding. We'll be fine.
like I really wonder.
I'm embracing my dreams. I've decided to stay in Soldier
What the fuck is going on with KC? Because they played so much better last year.
My first goal is squats. I'm hoping to do over 1,000 of them eventually.
Alright, give me a minute, I gotta handle something. Mystic! Alright, they're still investigating here. I'm saying I'm supposed to go here. Maybe not.
Right now, the gen have
True Alpha. Oh, yeah. Sorry, dealing with something in a Discord. It's the algorithm. Alright. Alright, hopefully that'll have that handled for the rest of the day. Well, for now anyways. So the next one I have to do. Finally, fucking Kansas City's gotten some points on the board. About goddamn time. I'll tell you, I am super fucking excited for a game release that's coming, according to the reports I see, at the end of next year around Christmas time. So, for those of you who don't know, up until Master Duel, I have been a huge fan of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise video games. I've played a shit ton of them. I've enjoyed pretty much every one I ever played, including the original one on the PlayStation 1, which is probably the hardest, or at least one of the 3 to 5 hardest Yu-Gi-Oh! Games of all time to play. Still thought Forbidden Memories was fantastic. Love that game. I saw a news report several days ago, story, that said that the Nintendo Switch is going to get a bunch of old Game Boy Yu-Gi-Oh! Games released on the Switch. So I did some digging into it yesterday. And apparently that release date
This is sector. If you want if from the station.
is late next year. Like into next year. Which makes me super fucking happy. Well, the games I'm talking about are old Game Boy games for Yu-Gi-Oh! That are being re-released on the Nintendo Switch. But the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game, at least to the best of my knowledge, was released on the PlayStation 1, like, going on 30 years ago now. It's an old game called Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. This was at the height of the console war between the original Xbox and Microsoft versus the original PlayStation, the PlayStation 1, and Sony. Back when, like, Nintendo was kind of in the fight. I think they had, at the time, like, they had Game Boys. They had some variation of a Game Boy at the time, if memory serves. But I think their home console at the time was either the N64 or whatever the predecessor to the N64 was. It was one of those two Nintendo home consoles that was kind of sort of in the fight with Sony and Microsoft to win the console wars, the original console wars. Oh, no, it wasn't even the original console wars. Because technically the original console wars were basically between the Super Nintendo and the Sony, or not the Sony, but the Sega. That technically was the original console wars. This would have been Console Wars version 2. Like, way back in the day. But yeah, like, this is more or less the era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Games that I'm talking about that are from the old Game Boy games that's being re-released the end of next year, is from essentially the second console war era. Because this is that point in time where basically Sony came in and started cleaning up the console market, and fucking Microsoft decided they were going to jump in on it too, 'cause they wanted to be in on the fun. Like, this is that era of time. Like, we're talking, like, mid to late 90s, maybe early 2000s era. So these are games that haven't seen a release or really haven't seen the light of day overall in around 25 to 30 years. And it's a series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Games that I never had the opportunity to really explore and to play. So I am...
What I hear, it was a romance between a...
I am really excited to have these games get a re-release on a more modern console. Matter of fact, anybody who's talked to me about, you know, games getting re-releases and shit in the modern era,
You hear me? Stay right where you are.
would have heard that I've been counseling on my streams and on other people's streams.
You're done with work already?
That
No, I was given a big task.
if Konami really wants to start making a lot of money again off Yu-Gi-Oh,
I see.
what they need to do
Can I call you?
is they need to start re-releasing all the old Yu-Gi-Oh games. Kind of do it like this new Capcom fighting game package that just came out, which I'm planning to probably pick up this next month. Just like make 2 to 4 bundles worth of games where like they could do a Sony series with all the Sony games. They could do all the old Nintendo based Yu-Gi-Oh games. You know, shit like that.
It's looking really cute.
And you just package them together, charge like $50
Nobody's coming.
for the package,
Now, they're coming. We just need to have a little more patience.
and players will buy those packages.
Maybe the wagon isn't all that cute. Oh, a customer.
And the best part is,
Hey, you there! Need flowers? Just for you? 10 gil a pop. These are real flowers, mind you. Don't miss out.
like,
Garrett, this customer's offering
they
5
could
gil.
go back, look up like what the ban lists were at the
You
time,
need to be aggressive. I'll counter with 7 gil, no less.
But the customer just left.
and make sure that they program that into the re-release games,
I'm
so that for like online multiplayer function,
Sorry.
players who
Fine.
really wish the game would go back to kind of an earlier era of play where it wasn't
Another customer.
such fucking junk like it is today, which is what's costing Konami all the money in the world when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh. We could go back and play the game at a simpler time
Protecting the subject.
with a simpler series of cards, shit like that.
You're the only one.
And they just stick that an online multiplayer feature into the game, and people can duel each other. Like, that would be fucking fantastic.
I'm counting on you.
Like, I would love it if they did that. I really would. I think that would be one of the smartest moves Konami could possibly make when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! As things stand right now.
Oh, welcome back. You're in luck. Sephiroth hasn't arrived yet. So, will you wait for him here?
Thanks for everything. I'll be back in Midgar before you know it. I'll see you around.
Yeah. See ya.
And, it's not just Konami that should do that. Like, there's a series of games called Card Fight.
We're in a hurry. Let's move it. Sir.
I don't know
Together again.
Oh.
All right.
what company's behind them.
Hold on. I'll get everyone.
I'm not sure who makes or who made the Card Fight games, but I've enjoyed playing several variations of them. I've thought they were really good games. They're really fun. There's the Zoid games. I've played a few of those a little bit that I thought were really, really fun. There's another game series that they could do a package bundle with and re-release it so that players in the modern era have access to it. I may abandon Shinra. Trophy earned. Probably chapter clear. More than likely. Yep, chapter clear. Like, I honestly believe, and,
So,
you know,
how does it feel
anyone in my chat
to be home after all
can
this
feel
time?
free to disagree and say why.
I wouldn't know.
But I think one of the biggest keys to the future of video gaming right now
My mother's name is Genova. She died shortly after I was born. My father...
I think it's game bundles. And what I mean by that is you take a series of games that's older that a lot of people don't currently have
Sephiroth's mother.
a whole lot of access to at the moment. And you bundle them together. Games on modern consoles. Because there's a lot of companies out there that do video game creation. That are losing money on gaming, and I believe one of the biggest problems is that the retro gaming community has gotten so huge and our voice is being so heard that it's hurting the gaming industry. Because everybody wants all these old retro games to come back to life. And access to the majority of retro games is limited to either having the system or the money to buy the system and then the games, if you can find copies at work, combined with the accessibility of what do they call it? The things that run the ROMs. I don't remember what the hell it's called, but like basically you download a deal onto like your computer that lets you play like games on older systems. So like you could download a thing that would let you play old PlayStation games or old Nintendo game, Nintendo Entertainment System games, etc., etc., etc. I forget exactly what that's called. And then you download the games to play on it, play through that program, and the games are called ROMs. So everybody's getting this shit for free if they want it and they know how to do it. And they have systems that can handle it. But again, that's still a pretty heavily limited market. It's only available to a specific group of individuals. So I think the one of the biggest keys for gaming companies today is to get together and look at these old retro games and go, okay, this group of games goes together, we can bundle this shit. This group of games goes together, we can bundle this, etc. Bundle all of that together.
You'll get in trouble for snooping around.
and then re-release them.
You want to practice?
Practice? Oh, you mean posing. Soldier always has to be mindful of their public image, right? How was it? Like this?
You're getting good.
You know, I don't really want to join Soldier.
Now, again, mind you, that's
You guys
my
want to
opinion
investigate
on the
the town,
subject.
right? There's a lot of strange things you can find in this town. We like to call them the town's 7 wonders. Are you guys interested at all?
I'm not asking anyone in particular to agree or disagree.
If you're interested, look into it. Are they actually wonders, or are they hoaxes? The first wonder is, lately, the town's drinking water has sometimes been coming out red. Could it be blood? Ooh, scary. That can't be right. Can it? If you learn the truth about this wonder, please tell me.
Are you one of the soldier people?
Yeah, Zach of Soldier. First
Hello,
class,
Tifa.
mind you.
What?
Are there a lot of you?
Like, I'm kind of interested,
We're a select few.
not even kind of interested, I am really, really interested in what everybody thinks
Sephiroth.
the future of video gaming should take in terms of games and game releases and you know, all the things of that nature.
That was odd. There's a red materia here. Did the color seep out of it? Huh. Is that even possible?
Huh? A materia in the water supply? Aw, that's not very exciting. Oh well. But listen, this next wonder has to be real. I'm getting goosebumps all over just thinking about it. Before I tell you. Well, can you go take a look? Second floor of the inn. Hanging on the wall opposite the bed. We welcome the Shinra Army.
If you cannot dance though, it's like I know my first time going to one, they said seasoning or no seasoning. I said seasoning, and everybody got happy.
Where's the inn?
My brother said no seasoning when they picked him up. He's one of them basic young guys. He's a real business. He's the male version of the basic young guy.
Activating combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
There's a fork in the mountain trail, and one path leads to a dead end where a strange bomb appears. There's a fork in the mountain.
Marty Mayo is a bounty officer.
Activating combat mode.
Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
We might have to forfeit and play second chance because I put us in central servers by accident.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
Alright. Shinra Manor.
Activating combat mode. Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
Let's go up here and locate that bomb.
Activating combat mode.
Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
I forgot to tell you, Central is 4 stars. Could have said that. Yeah, we'll do better in these cities.
What the hell is going on here?
I made it all the way here without to tell you the rumor about the Wonder Bomb. If you can stop all of them from exploding, they say you get something very nice.
I came all this way to find the Wonder Bomb, and I'm done. But still, I got some valuable info. What you do is hit the ones that are about to explode.
My dad's always telling me that I can't come here without a grown-up. But we're talking about one of the 7 wonders. I had to come here. The the Wonder Bomb will keep growing bigger. But when you hit it, it gets a bit smaller.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
How the fuck did these kids get here without running into anything?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
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 Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
Okay, so that's a Mako reactor.
First time I touched the game in a week. First time I touched the game in a week.
Alright, so next up is Bendy Straw 8. So at 6. Alright. Need a moment.
combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
Wow, my ice
Activating combat
spells
mode.
are getting a lot of work in here. Odin materia. Interesting. Oh, wrong way.
Activating combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
I'm guessing that's the end.
We depart for the reactor at dawn. Retire early today. We only need one on watch. Get some rest, men. Ah, that's right. Go visit friends and family, if you wish.
Nibelheim.
Alright, so there's some picture of some chick on the wall in here I'm supposed to look at.
It's a sad painting. and also kind of eerie.
Looks like a kid.
Did you see it? It's cute, but also kind of eerie, don't you think? So the second wonder is, that girl sometimes leaves the painting and wanders around in our world. Ooh, scary. Way too scary. Any progress yet on... So the second, that girl... Ooh.
Okay. That's a little on the strange side.
It's true. The girl vanished.
Eight minutes and the third left, and LA is still up by 3.
Good day, sir. Welcome.
Wells needs to get his shit together. Oh, I missed the spinner rack.
This girl. I wonder why she's sad. This girl.
You've discovered my secret. This is very embarrassing, but I keep a nest egg that my wife doesn't know about. I hide it behind a painting and such.
Alright, so you keep a nest egg. But that doesn't explain the girl vanishing from the picture.
Oh, that. Well, you see, this painting is actually two-sided. One side has the girl sitting in it. The other side does not. When you get to my age, it gets harder to remember things. Sometimes I have money saved up, sometimes I don't. I always forget. When the girl's there, there's Gil. When she's not, there's no Gil. Pretty easy to remember, right? So, it's kind of like a personal memo for me. I hope you'll do me a favor and not tell my wife about my secret.
Okay.
Nest egg's gone.
That was a rather mundane explanation for that.
Nest egg. What's that? Well, I don't understand the grown-up world. In any case, it wasn't a wonder at all, is what you're saying, right? But how about this next one? Hey, mister, do you want to keep doing this? Okay, next wonder. The third wonder is a little dangerous. Mount Weeble is...
Hello, Bloody Tooth. Hell of a name for your channel.
The bombs. And so, rumor has it, one of the bombs is different from the others. It's a bomb, but it doesn't have a bomb face. It just has a different look. Weird, right? So this is where you come in, Mr. Soldier. I need you to go find solid proof that this strange bomb exists. They say there's an item that only it drops. Go and get it so I can see. And that's the third wonder.
Alright. Can I leave town?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. 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 Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
I came all this way to find, but still. What you do is hit the ones. My dad's always telling me what we're talking. The Wonder Bomb will keep. I made it all the way here, so maybe if you can.
Activating combat mode.
Oh yeah!
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. resolved.
I think that may actually have done it.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
I'm hoping that's all I needed to do for this part.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow! It's the gold shard! So it does it.
Excellent. That is what I needed.
Wonder was real. Here's my thanks.
Safety bit?
Maybe the fourth wonder is real too. There's a rumor about a laughing safe. Yeah, scary, right? Do you know Shinra Manor? It's a really old mansion, way in the back of town. My friends and I call it the Haunted Mansion. So, they say there's a safe inside this mansion. And every night, you can hear eerie laughter coming out of it. But get this, no one knows the code to open the safe, so we can't check what's inside. So the fourth wonder is the laughing safe. You have to figure out the code, open the safe, and find out who or what is laughing in there.
Well, this should be interesting. This way? Oh, it can't be that way. Is it this way? It's a trail.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
Here it is.
Activating combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
I blame physics. I blame my internet. Blame physics.
Pokemon in chat, folks. Get those Pokeballs out and running.
No, the guy from Simpsons is Bernie. Disconnecting from my laptop from the internet and putting Twitch on my phone. Which is pretty
Yo, what up, S-Chap?
could you, like, help me out and tell me when I get when I do need for my Spiral's guide. Ready? Just tell me when I get pinged on the Discord to reactivate. Because I'm not getting my notifications right now.
Okay, so he is not live currently. So this is going to be one of those fucking days. Ohio versus Iowa next week. That's going to be a good game I want to watch. Ooh, good. Score's tied, 10-10. Looks like Chargers are about to score again now. Hope the Chiefs can hold them off here. Start of the fourth quarter. Can you try to make them good ones? Oh, Lord. Why doesn't that surprise me with you? What the fuck, dude? Trying to deal with this fucking situation and God damn it. Alright, I need to go take a piss and grab some coffee. Hopefully by the time I'm back, this shit'll be worked out one way or the other. Y'all hang tight. This figures just end up being one of those goddamn days. Damn it, Bendy Straw, where the fuck are you? Normally you're in my chats. You're not in here today.
means I don't have to, like, go and buy it or just produce it. A one-time purchase for a long-term investment. Not boxing. Yeah. Sounds nice. I was never really the person who could go up the river off the wall and like do something with it. I'm more of like a flip person. Like the flip of the time.
Huh. I hope he fucking answers. Not seeing anything that could be a potential clue. Yo, poppin', Mustang, what up? So what I'm doing right now is I'm in Nibelheim. And apparently there's a side quest series called The Seven Wonders of Nibelheim. Where they talk about a treasure, or not a treasure, but a safe that apparently laughs, thinking that's the cause. But to confirm, I need to figure out what the whatever the code is to unlock the fucking thing, which will also involve figuring out where the fucking thing is in this mansion. So I've got to find a safe. I also have to find the code to unlock it. If there's a safe, the fuck does this mean? I'm guessing this is supposed to be the hint for me to figure out the code, but what the fuck does this mean? First digit, knowledge overflowing. Second digit, unwelcome faces. Third, tasty reminders of home. And 4, resting on all 4. What the fuck kind of... Okay, well that tells me the second digit then. If the second digit, if unwelcome faces means monsters, I saw 2 in that one room. So that's got to be the... So I know the code. Second one, I have to check on that 4th one, but I've got an idea for that. I need to find care packages and books. Yo, what's up, Yurley? Well, I'll tell you what, though, they could not make this shit more obscure than it... Like, that is gotta be the single most obscure... Like, that, seriously, that's got to be the single most fucking obscure hints in the history of fucking video gaming. Good thing is, looks like alright, so is that care packages? Alright, alright, that's monsters. There's 2 of them. Four chairs. No, 5 chairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, Martin. So 5, 2, and 2 so far. I need books. Oh no, it's Stitch Kaylee. How you doing, Kaylee, darling? Why the fuck are you at work on your day off? It can't be the amount of books. That's just too goddamn many. Well, that sounds like fun. Note the obvious sarcasm. Alright, so 2252? Alright, normally when I play a game like this, where because I want to try to get through this without looking up shit. In this case, this is gonna hurt my fucking head. So, fuck it. Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Reunion Side Quest 7 Wonders of Nibelheim. Alright, so that gives me a little bit better fucking idea of what I'm looking for here. So 4, 5. Oh! Okay. 2, 3. 4. God, they really could not have made this any more fucking obscure. 5. 6, 7. So it's either 7 or 1. It's either 7 or 4. Because I'm pretty solid on the other ones. Wait, and it was what order? Okay, so books. Wait, it was 5, wasn't it? Four. Yeah. So I wonder if the Benora cans count too? Five, 2. Yeah, okay.
A pet?
That was unnecessarily difficult. So, Poppin', the guide I'm looking at is at a site called Polygon, and here's what it says for the clues. The first number is the number of books not on the shelves, including on top but not in the shelf. So if it's a book that's on the actual shelf itself, it doesn't count. If it's a book on top of the shelving unit or on the floor or to the side of it or whatever, those are the number. Then it's the number of monsters dancing in the room, which I'd already, checked out when I came in, not knowing that was going to be part of the thing. Then it's the number of purple Benora apples, which I wasn't sure if it was just the apples or the 3 Benora apple cans that were also sitting in the room. Apparently, the cans of apple also count. And then the final digit is the number of chairs in the room. So with their clues, they're like really fucking cryptic. And it is like very fucking annoying to figure it out. Because that piece of paper on the floor in the room with the safe doesn't really tell you shit. Like, that piece of paper in the goddamn room doesn't say shit. It's like, oh, well, here's what we're telling you are the hints for the clues, and then you fucking look at it and you're like, the fuck does this mean? The fuck are they telling me here? And I hate it when a Final Fantasy game is that fucking cryptic for something like this. This is a fucking side quest. There's no reason why I should have been forced to fucking look up the answer to the fucking side quest, because what they give you for a hint isn't really good enough.
Maybe what we did was a good thing? Now for the really good stuff. The 5th wonder.
God, I hate it when an RPG game pulls a stunt like that. Like, I love RPG games. I do. But I hate it when they do that.
This one is a really spooky story. It's a mystery buried deep in the earth. Did you know there are caverns beneath Shinra Manor? They say you can hear these blood-curdling groans coming from there. But you have to use these secret stairs from the mansion's second floor to get down there. This soldier guy named Sephiroth has the key. That's the fifth wonder. Go check it out.
Huh. So I've got to continue the main story quest I'm on to be able to continue this. Well, that's fucking lovely. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Hero of Time. Like, I love a solid side quest, and so far I'm thinking that this whole Seven Wonders of Nibelheim really is a solid side quest, and I'm enjoying it. It's just that one section of it was just so cryptic. So you walk into the mansion, and they tell you, well, okay, because if you explore that first floor, you see there's 4 doors, and 2 of them you can look in through the keyhole. And in the keyhole, you see aspects to the room. One of the keyhole had a bunch of chairs and shit. Nothing else. Another keyhole had the monsters you see flying around. So you know your first thought is obviously going to be, because they tell you you need to unlock the safe and figure out what's going on with the safe. Like, that's the point of going there for that part of the side quest. Fine. Absolutely fine. But that's all the information the little boy gives you. So you go in, you explore that first floor, you look into keyholes, and you're like, okay, well, obviously the shit in these rooms is going to be important. Somehow. Okay? So you go upstairs, you get to the room where the safe is, and there's a piece of paper on the floor that you can look at. So you look at the piece of paper, and my God, the hints on that piece of paper are more confusing than the information you got from the boy, or what you see in the 2 rooms downstairs when you explored the downstairs area before you headed upstairs. The piece of paper don't tell you fucking shit. So you read the piece of paper, you read the information on it, and then when you go to click out of that piece of paper and you're just kind of scratching your head, a little screen pops up to the side, says this is what each hint is talking about. Well, to the hints, once they explain what they're talking about, easy as fuck to figure out. Both of those hints, they're on the bottom floor. Look in one room, there's some monsters in a room. You count the number of monsters. That's the number for that particular hint that you need as the number to help unlock the safe. The other number is the number of fucking chairs in a room. Okay, that was, you know, once that little thing on the side screen pops up, easy enough to figure the fuck out. Not a problem. But then 2 of the hints are, one is books, and one is care packages, is what the hints on the piece of paper are defined as. So you already got the information from the rooms at the bottom, the 2 numbers from those 2 rooms. So you have half the code at this point. So you look around upstairs, because it's the only other place where these rooms are going to be where you're going to be able to get the information. and you find the 2 rooms where you get to look through the keyholes. One room, the only thing I really noticed were 2 cans of food sitting on the ground. I thought that's what they were talking about. I thought that's what they meant by care packages. The other room had 2 bookshelves. I thought that's what the fuck they were talking about. But no, that's not what they were talking about for either room. So for the room with the care packages, it's the number of purple Bonora apples. Okay, well, there were 3 cans of Bonora apples and 4 actual Bonora apples in that room. So now we have 2 potential fucking numbers that could be, either 4 or 7. Son of a bitch. And that was the hit that was hardest to figure out. Because you don't know if it's just the apples themselves or if it's also the canned apples that you see. Because there were 3 cans of those in that room. So you either have 4 or 7. The other one was, once I looked it up, was a lot easier to figure out because it's any book in that room that's not sitting on an actual shelf on the bookcases. So that includes books on top of the shelves, on top of the bookcases, off the side, floor, whatever. Like, easy as hell. I thought you were married, Stitch. Yeah.
What are you looking at?
If so, hero, I feel so sorry for you, dude. I'm sorry.
Tifa, you're our guide?
At your service.
Okay.
But yeah, that was a super difficult series of hints.
The best guide in town? They're talking about me.
Like those hints sucked ass so much.
No way I can let you get involved in this.
She'll be just fine if you protect her.
Stay back. It's just unconscious. Or do you actually want to get eaten?
Use brings wear, tear, and rust. That's why I use the blunt side.
It shouldn't be.
I want to go too, please.
This is a top-secret facility. Non-Shinra personnel are not permitted.
But...
Keep the young lady safe.
Let me double check something. Well, that's not always true.
Genova. Interesting. The door is sealed, of course.
Genova.
It just kind of depends on the character, really.
This is the cause of the malfunction. This section is broken. Zack, go seal the valve. Why did it break?
Now, I do have a question for everybody here in chat.
What is that?
You average soldier members are Mako-infused humans. You're enhanced, but you're still human.
Yo, Carnival! What up, baby girls?
What are those things? Their Mako energy levels are exponentially higher than yours.
Hello, Doom!
Monsters?
Alright, I'm gonna pause the game because this is gonna take a little bit of explanation. So, earlier in chat, before the raid came in, I was talking with a friend of mine a little bit about this game bundle that's coming out on the Nintendo Switch that I am... Oh, well, shit.
Yes. The Shinra scientist Hojo was the one who created them. Abomination spawned by Mako energy. That's what
You know, Stitch, I could help you fix that problem.
What about you?
Hey, Sephiroth!
Could it be? Am I the same as these monsters?
Alright, looks like ads are over. So, again, once I figure out what's going on here, okay, now we're going to pause. So, here's the thing. This all started when I heard I saw a story, a news report the other day about a bundle of Yu-Gi-Oh games from, the Game Boy era that is at the end of next year, according to what I've been able to research, is going to be available for the first time in years on the Nintendo Switch. I'm a huge fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've really enjoyed the video games for Yu-Gi-Oh! For the ones I've played. And I think it's a great idea. And this is the second game bundle that I've heard about in recent, the last couple of weeks that's coming out. That's something I am super excited for. The other one is the new Capcom fighting game bundle that just released, which I'm planning to pick up hopefully this next month. And it got me to thinking, what is the future of video games? Like, we've got all these companies that are being bought out that are apparently going out of business, not making money and shit. That aren't doing like these retro game bundles. Like this new bundle coming out from the Nintendo Switch with all the retro Game Boy Yu-Gi-Oh games. or the game bundle that just came out for a bunch of different consoles and shit for the Capcom fighting game series. You know, and that's making the companies money. That's going to make them a shit ton of money, because the retro community in video gaming has gotten huge. I would say it's probably the single largest community in the video gaming community. It's probably the single largest subgroup of video gamers. So I got to thinking, well, what's the future of gaming? Well, to me, one of the few big roads for the future of gaming has to lead, and you know, mind you, this is my opinion, just my opinion. I don't, you know, if you agree, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. But to me, one of the biggest paths to the future of video gaming has got to lead through retro game bundles. And think about it, there are a lot of game series that are, you know, retro games, or are soon going to be considered retro games, where you could put a bunch of the games into a bundle, sell it for $50, $60, and people will buy them. We have all the old NCAA games that you could do that with. There's TCG games called Card Fight or Vanguard, depending on which name you want to use. You could do it with that. Ratchet and Clank, Jex and Daxter. There's still a bunch of old Yu-Gi-Oh games that you could do it with. The first 6 Fallout games, you could do it with those. Like, there's all these series of games that you could put into a retro bundle and sell as a bundle that would not only really appease the older generation like myself who grew up playing those games and really want to, you know, get better and you know, more access to them, but also could introduce the new generations to these games and really get them to understand why we, the older generations, really love them. The eShop is still available on the Switch, so I don't know what you're talking about. They took away the virtual shop. I still buy games on that. I just bought a game on that like a couple of months ago. So I don't know what you're talking about there, Skinny. But again, for me, one of the big major forward paths that the video gaming industry needs to take is retro game bundles. Again, there's so many, you know, things, so many game series and whatnot that could be bundled together, resold as a game bundle, that would really do a lot to really revive the game industry as it is now. So that's my take on it. My question to Chad is, what's your take? Like, how do you feel the video game industry should move forward to keep it alive and keep it vibrant and you know, do all the things that they need to do so that it doesn't die out, at least for a time? I'd like to hear what your ideas for that are. And, you know, Poppin, you're right to a certain degree on that. I can't disagree with you.
Ever since I was a child.
But,
I was not like
to be fair, many previous franchises have already basically milked every possible thing from those franchises that they could really milk out of it. There's not a lot of new ideas available.
Am I a human being?
No such luck. You are a monster. Sephiroth, you were the greatest monster created by the Jenova Project.
Genesis! So you are alive.
I suppose I am, if you can call this living.
What is the Jenova Project?
The Jenova Project was the term used for all experiments relating to the use of Jenova's cells.
My mother's cells?
Poor little Sephiroth. You've never actually met your mother. You've only been told her name, no? I don't know what images you've conjured up in your head, but...
Genesis! No!
Jenova was excavated from a 2,000-year-old rock layer. She's a monster. Sephiroth, I need your help. My body is continuing to degrade. Soldier First Class, Sephiroth. Jenova Project G gave birth to...
And you know, on that point, Poppin, I've been saying this for a number of years now. TCGs are a huge gaming industry. TCGs means trading card games. Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon, etc.
Your genes can't be diffused.
And I know the technology is available to do this. I want to start seeing holographic gaming facilities where you step in, you put on like a little bit of gear so that you can actually play, and the gear will like read your movements and shit.
Your desire.
And you can like
The bringer of life, the gift of the gods.
play a card onto the field for a TCG, and like you see the card come to life in front of you. You see how the effects play out and get the timing and everything. Like, how amazing would something like that be? How much fucking money would that make the gaming industry? And you don't have to restrict it to just TCGs. Do it with tabletops. Do it with board games. Do it with regular fucking video and computer games. Like, holy shit.
Perfect monster indeed.
Talk about one of the most perfect ideas to completely and utterly revitalize the gaming industry. Bring it to an entirely new level that has never been seen in real life before.
She guides us to bliss. Her gift everlasting.
No! Stop!
Yeah, and there's a new, in the retro community, there's a huge craze with Castlevania and Metroid, trying to bring them back. If the craze succeeds the way I think it will, series like Metroid and Castlevania will very much make that comeback. Like, I remember Castlevania. I remember playing Castlevania on the Nintendo Entertainment System, the NES.
To protect me.
I know. Tifa, stay close to me.
I used to have hours of fun with that with one of my brothers. And I mean literally hours of fun. Or, here's another one, and it never got a sequel game, and I think it should have. Duck Hunt. Duck Hunt was an absolutely amazing video game. I fucking love Duck Hunt. Well, there's like a million fucking Metroid games now, though. It seems like a million. There's like, what, at least 8 to 10 in the Metroid series now? Like, there's a fair bit there. Like, there are quite a few Metroid games at this point. But think about it. How cool would it be to play, like, Castlevania or Metroid as a holographic game? To, like, completely immerse oneself into the game in that kind of a way. How amazing would that be? Or like Mega Man. There's another game series that's been kind of forgotten. This had a lot of amazing entries to it. How cool would it be to play, say, a Mega Man game in a holographic mode, a holographic form? How cool as fuck would that end up being? Seriously, how cool would that be? Where you literally become the character and you play the game via holograph and get to get that full immersion experience. How amazing would something like that be? And how much money would the game industry make by doing that? Like, straight the fuck up.
Activating combat mode.
Oh shit.
Conflict resolved.
Like, that is definitely a direction that I could see video gaming going, that I believe with all of my heart would completely revitalize the video game industry. No questions.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Got him.
Well, the first experiment, I think, with holographic games has to come from TCGs or like tabletop games like D&D.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Like, I think that would have to be where the holographic gaming tech starts off at.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Because, to be honest, tabletop RPGs and TCGs are really perfectly suited to something like this.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. It's why when I stream, I always have my stream up on my laptop so I can keep an eye on shit.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, schedules. So 90 minute. Mine started at 6 my time. So at 7:30 my time is when I pass.
What happened?
Sorry, I can't say.
I thought so. I'll ask the townspeople about Sephiroth.
Thank you, Tifa. Tifa's safe. Don't worry. If only I were a soldier. Zack?
But yeah, like, there are steps that,
What happened?
that the video game industry could take that would completely revitalize it. I think there's steps that they need to start taking. Again, I repeat, retro game bundles, absolutely one of those steps.
By the way, do you know Tifa? Sort of.
I think holographic gaming is absolutely one of those steps, and they've kind of made some progress in that area with the 3D gaming, you know, like gear and stuff like the Oculus and shit, with the VR stuff. It's a step forward in that direction. It's not the step forward yet.
I'm a soldier, so fighting's all I do. Sorting things out is someone else's job. What's going on? Who's the enemy? It makes no difference to me! Hey, Zack. I really like that sword. It's impressive.
Use brings about wear, tear, and rust. And that's a real waste. You're a little more important.
God damn, Washington beat the shit out of the Cardinals today.
Just a little.
Embrace your dreams, and whatever happens, protect your soldier honor. This is a symbol of my dreams and honor. No, it's more. That's right. I had almost forgotten. Thank you, Cloud. Huh?
I know, Poppin'. Great girl! What's up, girlies?
I'm gonna crash. Night.
Quest, but I can't do it without that key off of Sephiroth. And doesn't look like I'm getting that key anytime soon.
Sephiroth is at Shinra Manor.
Are you talking about that big mansion?
Yes. Shinra's owned it a long time.
No, he's just like this is going to require a bit of an explanation. All right, I got to go to the bathroom really quick and go grab me some coffee. I'll be back in a couple minutes, then I'll explain this. Ooh. Sorry about that. That took a little bit longer than anticipated, but I've been holding it in for a while trying to get through all this shit. Oh, Lord. Galbolt. Who invited you, sir? God damn, fucking bots today, man. That's the second one in like 10 minutes. Alright, so Poppin'. To answer your question, this game, according to what little I read about it, because I was kind of curious where it fits into the lore with Final Fantasy VII, this game is essentially a prequel game to Final Fantasy VII itself. So, you know the original Final Fantasy VII, Cloud is the main character. In this game, it's following the story of Zack, who, if you remember, if you've ever played FF7, they mention Zack a bunch in that game, but they don't really explain what's going on with who Zack is, why he's important, anything like that. Like, there's no information given as to what's up with this Zack character that they talk about so much in Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, so if you've watched the playthrough, you'll notice that they talk about Zack a lot in the game. Like he's mentioned a bunch of times, especially during certain sequences like the Niflheim sequences. They mention Zack quite a bit. Well, you're playing as that character, Zack, in this game. So you get to learn the history and the story and, you know, all of that. So in this, to kind of catch you up a little bit, you'll notice that they also, in Final Fantasy VII, they talk about a lot of events that happened before the events of the game itself. How, like, Sephiroth ends up leaving Soldier, kind of ends up becoming the ultimate villain. some of the trials and tribulations that Zack goes through in this game are alluded to a little bit, and talked about a little bit, etc., etc., etc. Well, in this game, what we've seen to date is, at the start of the game, Zack was a soldier rank 2, trying to become rank 1 soldier, which is, I guess, like the top level soldier. His trainer was a guy named Angeal, who had a friend slash mission partner named Genesis, who we just saw in the previous sequence at that Mako reactor that was talking to Sephiroth. That's Angeal. And Sephiroth was like the third member of that friendship group slash mission partner guy. So what we learn is that Genesis leaves Soldier and joins a renegade scientist named Hollander, because he discovers apparently that he's not human, that he's made with inhuman or alien cells of some kind, and his body is starting to degrade, that he was basically an experiment, as is apparently Angeal, as is apparently Sephiroth, and there are indications that Zack himself is also an experiment done with these inhuman or alien cells. This is also where we learn for the first time that the character of Aerith is the last of a group of beings referred to as the Ancients. And there's a whole bunch more backstory, but that's all you really need to know to understand why Cloud kind of looks all down and shit. Basically, Cloud is a little upset because the Hollander situation, the Angeal situation, the Genesis situation, we learn that the head of Soldier was apparently a traitor to Shinra, who had been embezzling funds for years and was tied to Hollander in terms of financing Hollander's experiments, according to the official information given. And now we don't have, at Shinra, we don't have a president anymore at this point in the game, because the current president disappeared. He's listed as being dead, but we don't know if he is or not. Hollander was taken prisoner at one point shortly before the events of my stream today, and then he escaped. He is also listed as dead by Shinra, but he's not. We watched him escape. We watched him get away. Before Angeal allegedly died in combat, he and Genesis were listed as dead by Shinra, when at that point we knew they weren't. Then for a while we thought Genesis was, because we thought we killed him. Now, as you saw in the FMV sequence, we learned that Genesis is alive. Like, there's a lot of different factors, a lot of different things that are going into it. But essentially, the big takeaway is that Cloud is just at this point where he is questioning a little bit his loyalty to Shinra itself, but he is still fiercely loyal to the character you play in the game, Zack. Hey, what up, Finny? So, yeah, there's, like, if you really want an understanding, you need to watch on YouTube, you need to go on there and watch the video game movie for this game. because there's a lot of things that go into what's going on at this point in the game. Like, for example, it's for a long time now, you've been getting hints and indications that Sephiroth is fixing to leave Shinra.
Yeah.
Now, for anybody who this is their first experience with Final Fantasy VII,
Listen,
who don't know that
I'll call you later.
Sephiroth is the ultimate villain in the original game before this game came out,
Okay.
that comes as kind of a shock.
I'll see you.
But for those of us like myself who have at least played the original game a little bit, who have watched the video game movie walkthrough of the game, we already knew that
I'll be back soon.
Sephiroth left Shinra and became the villain. Like, we knew that already. But there's a lot of events in the original Final Fantasy game, the original Final Fantasy VII, that get talked about in this game that are mentioned in the original Final Fantasy VII, but are never really expounded on. Like, they say, well, this happened, or this character said this, or that character said that. But there's not a great deal of context that's given to explain why those comments or those events are important to the overall story of the original Final Fantasy VII. And also, what most people don't realize is that starting, I think, around Final Fantasy VI, maybe starting at Final Fantasy VII, each game is actually a series of games and other related things that really explore and expound on the lore that the original game in the series creates. Another thing a lot of people don't realize about Final Fantasy is that basically all the games, except for 11, 14, and some of like the mobile games and side games, are all their own universe, their own plane of reality in Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is, for video gaming, the original multiverse. All the numbered games, except for 11 and 14, exist on their own plane of reality. And some of them have follow-up games that also take place on that same plane of reality. For example, Final Fantasy has Dirge of Cerberus, and then a follow-up to Dirge of Cerberus has this game, and like 2 or 3 more games, plus an anime movie, plus I think a manga, and a bunch of other shit that all go together with Final Fantasy VII, the original game. Like, it's all interconnected. It all exists and happens on a single plane of reality in the Final Fantasy multiverse. So there is that. And for like the first 5 or 6 Final Fantasies, no, they just had the story that was in the games, and that was it. There might have been some later follow-up, like online or something along those lines. But primarily the lore was just what you got playing the video game. It wasn't until either Final Fantasy 6 or 7 where the lore and shit started to get
Second floor room on the right.
really complicated. Like, I'd have to look it up to be sure, but I really think it was somewhere around 6 or 7 when the games and the lore started getting really complicated and really involved. But that's not a bad thing. I want you to remember that. That's not a bad thing for Final Fantasy. It's a fantastic thing. It's a great thing for Final Fantasy, because for fans like myself, and I'm only a semi-serious fan, semi-serious, semi-casual. So, I mean, I know a fair bit, but there's a great deal I'm not familiar with that I don't really know yet. So that's what that means when I say, like, I'm a semi-serious, semi-casual fan. But even for someone like myself, like, I enjoy the lore. I enjoy learning about all this stuff. Like, I will spend time looking information up because I find it incredibly interesting. Or I'll have discussions with friends that I know who are even bigger and more serious fans
Maybe Sephiroth went underground?
than I am with Final Fantasy. And I'll sit there and I can have hours-long discussions with them, learning about lore, learning about what's what, and how shit's connected, and just all that stuff that maybe the video games don't really get into, or other pieces of the lore don't really tend to explain. Because I find it fascinating. But that's also, kind of a me thing. If I'm into a series, I like knowing, or, if I'm into a franchise, I like learning the lore of the franchise, at least to some degree. I like learning what makes the franchise tick, what makes it interesting, what makes it unique, what makes it fascinating. Because that's just how I do things. It's how I operate.
It won't open. Are you telling me that this coffin needs a key?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
It won't open. It won't.
And honestly, the Final Fantasy lore is, it may be complicated, it may be intricate, but it is one of the most fascinating pieces of lore in video game history. It really is.
Oh yeah!
It won't open.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on!
Conflict resolved.
It won't open.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
It won't.
Okay.
Who's that? Fast asleep. I should probably leave him alone.
What's going on here? Okay.
Activating combat mode.
Apparently.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Alright, so I need to move this party along to the next streamer. I'm actually a little bit late getting the raid going. But for Game Lounge, we've got Mr. Yearly next up on the Express, playing Power Wash Simulator is what it says, but does it look like that's what he's actually playing? But I'm going to be on stream for about another hour and a half, working on getting through this game a little bit. So if anybody wants to pop on back in, feel free. I'll be here. But meanwhile, I think I've just done another one of the deals for this particular side quest. So I'm going to go turn that in. And then go figure out what the seventh wonder is.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way! Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
Damn, nice touchdown. This is Bills versus Ravens. I don't much care about this particular football game, to be honest, but it's a football game that's on, so I'm watching it. Alright, that takes care of that little staff responsibility. See, I need to come back into town.
Bring it on.
Well, I appreciate it, Miss Mustang.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Alright, think that leaves me back in Nibelheim. It's been an interesting game. Considering that this game is like 20 years old, give or take.
Some guy was just...
It's interesting that it's made in the style it is, given that this style of a Final Fantasy game wouldn't really be seen until Final Fantasy XII. And then that was like sort of this style of game with like the style of combat and everything. And then the first true game that was done in this style was actually Final Fantasy 15.
So the sixth wonder is an old legend called the Treasure Within the Flame.
Followed by Final Fantasy 16.
Sorry, this one's kind of tough. I'm gonna look into it a little more. So, can you just hold tight for now?
This is also a remake and re-release of the original version of this game. So that means that there's a very good chance that the original version didn't look or play like this game does. Oh yeah, I had to look that up and figure it out my damn self. Like, I don't know what the original version of the game looked and played like. I do know that this is a remake. I don't really know anything beyond that. I would kind of like to get my hands on a copy of the original version of this game. I'm pretty sure they probably do. I mean, most Final Fantasy games, if not all Final Fantasy games, are available on the majority of consoles and systems. Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Reunion Side Quest, Nibelheim. because I want to know how to because I want to get this shit done before I leave. Yeah, it's a prequel game to Final Fantasy VII itself. Hence why you play as Zack versus
The sixth is an old legend called the Treasure Within.
Playing as Cloud.
But I don't have any other information right now. Sorry, I'm gonna look into it.
House on Fire.
Activating combat mode.
Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
That I'm pretty sure leads to the trail.
Activating combat mode.
Take that! Got him! Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
Let's see if I can find this fucking... no, I do not currently have a PSP.
We welcome.
I heard that the hero Sephiroth was coming, so I've been waiting here all day with my camera. I want to
Or on an emulator.
fighting a monster. I have no interest. I heard that the hero. I want to. I'm going to miss.
I don't know if either of my computers are capable of handling emulators at the moment. I'm pretty sure my laptop isn't.
Good day, sir.
I don't know about my desktop at the moment. The disc may end up needing a resurfacing.
I heard that the hero. I want to take. I'm going.
Activating combat mode.
Oh,
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
Yeah, it leads to the trail. That's not going to get me to the seventh wonder, or the sixth wonder.
Activating combat mode.
What voice line? Alright, dude. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Although I'll probably have to end up making a channel for that kind of thing.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Shit, that's not where I wanted to go. No, give me a minute, dude. There, I created a channel specifically for it. Oh, what the fuck you talking about the voice line, no. Fucking confused.
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh
No.
yeah!
Time to plug in my old controller. So there's going to be an actual burning house, but I think it's going to be after I don't know. I fucking don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Best I can do. Because I went through the town, I didn't see an actual burning house. Alright, I gotta go piss real quick. I'll be back in a few minutes. Oof. Tell you, that fucking coffee goes right the fuck through you. Alright, since I don't care about this football game quite so much, let's see if this one's actually on. Game is not on yet. That upsets me. And yes, I think there's a big boss incoming here. I think it's a Sephiroth fight.
Excavated from a 2,000-year-old rock layer, a life form in stasis. Professor Gast named this life form Jenova, I see. MEGL 7/7/1977. Jenova verified as an ancient. MEGL 9/13/1977. Jenova project approved. Mako Reactor 1 authorized for use. My mother's name, Jenova. The Jenova project.
Oh yeah!
Coincidence.
Oh yeah!
Professor Gast, why didn't you tell me? Why did you die?
From that day, Sephiroth shut himself inside Shinra Manor. And continued to review documents, like a man possessed. The lights in the basement never went out once.
I need a better way to watch my football this season. Just all the fucking good ways I know of are fucking expensive. Super fucking expensive. My choice of games to catch that way is going to be even more limited than it is right now.
My mom is still in there. Please, help her.
It'll be close to zero visibility in there. Can I do this? My guess, I have about a minute. That's tough.
All right, wait here. I'm going in.
Motherfucker.
Mom! Mom!
In this
Thank you, mister.
instance,
You saved my mom.
Out of the flame.
What's wrong?
I'm thinking...
Huh? The yeah.
there wasn't supposed to be much for the camera.
The Seventh Wonder can wait.
Thank you, mister. You saved my mom. Thank you.
Sephiroth.
Like, what you saw for the camera in that sequence was exactly what it was supposed to be, apparently. It's like the fucking Ravens are currently running away with this game.
Sephiroth.
Thank you. You saved.
How could you? Sephiroth. How could you?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Alright. Definitely not the same monsters on the path I faced before.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Alright. Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Conflict
yeah.
resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Bring it on.
Boy, you ain't got no jewels to risk.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Hey, I'm just going by what she told me.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Baltimore looks to have a solid fucking football team this year. Gotta wait for him to have a true test, though.
Did Sephiroth do this to you?
Hate you. Shinra. Soldier. And you. I hate you all!
Mother, let's take back the planet together. I had an epiphany.
Was that like what you do for employment?
Mother.
Sephiroth! Why did you kill the townspeople? Why did you hurt Tifa? Answer me, Sephiroth!
Mother, they're here again.
12:40 and left to go in the second. 14-3 Baltimore.
Smarter.
I think it's Buffalo's ball.
Those inferior dullards. They came and took this planet away from you. But don't be sad, Mother. I am with you now.
Well, the way you said that, Poppin, was not indicative of what you just said. It kind of indicated that you cleaned them for employment versus...
We meet at last, Mother.
I don't know, it's Baltimore's ball right now.
Sephiroth, what the hell happened to you? Sephiroth, I trust
Wording, Poppin. Wording. Uh-oh.
Activating combat mode.
Good work, both of you. Where is Zangiel?
He's gone missing. I'll explain later. Things will escalate. Be prepared.
warm-up's over.
Concentrate.
I'm feeling it.
I don't know, Poppin. What the fuck? That is not what I was fucking telling you to do!
resolved.
I was telling my character to fucking heal itself, and he was like, no, even though you press the right button sequence to do it, I'm going to fucking attack!
I am the chosen one. I have been chosen to rule this planet.
God, I love that Sephiroth theme song.
Activating combat mode. Activating combat mode.
You're in for it now.
Concentrate.
I'm feeling it.
Conflict resolved.
I mean, a reasonable level of difficulty to this fight so far. I love the fucking sheer contempt that you could see in Sephiroth's face in that sequence. Hello, Cloud. So that's who I'm guessing that is.
Dare you?
Cloud. Finish Sephiroth off.
Sephiroth!
Oh, shit.
Don't test me.
Damn, Baltimore just scored again.
No. Impossible.
You did it.
I may have just added yet another Final Fantasy game to my list of Final Fantasies that I've beaten.
This one here. Intriguing. Most intriguing. He'll make a fine test subject.
Hello there, Dr. Hojo. I'll come visit. Trophy earned. I cleared Chapter 8. Yeah, I've had bosses that cost me jobs for at least semi-similar reasons.
You call yourself soldier? You tarnish the soldier name.
And deal! Wait!
Those wings. I want them too.
Oh, I've had bosses that got me canned because they lied. Like, straight up, on camera, lied. And apparently didn't show the actual footage of their lies, so I took the fall. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Like there was a boss at McDonald's I work for in a city close to where I live right now, where I was covering an extra hour on a shift one night because one of the teenagers that worked for us at the time had fucked up his scheduling for like graduation related stuff versus his work schedule, and had to get off an hour earlier than he was scheduled to. And I was at work, and like he asked me to cover, and I was like, yeah, sure, not a problem. And the chick who was the overnight boss at the time, you know, or at least was doing overnight there. I mean, she had a reputation from other McDonald's locations as being, shall we say, less than reliable, known to be a liar, known to purposely get employees in trouble for, like, no reason and shit. I didn't know that she was going to be the chick that was going to be working overnight that night. So I'm on drive-through for my actual scheduled shift. 8 hours of drive. Well, the start of this 1 hour for overnight that I'm working to cover for the other guy, the teenage kid, they switched me from drive to front counter. Now, before I left drive, as is my habit, I made sure everything was stocked. I get up to front counter, and before I can even start looking to see what needs doing, I get hit with 3 customers. Like, bam, bam, bam. Now, if you know anything about working fast food or customer service jobs, you know the customers come first. So I handle the customers. Now, while I'm dealing with the customers, getting their orders in and shit like that, doing all that's related to that, this fucking bitch is walking around checking shit. Okay, fine. I don't care. Until the customers are seated eating their food during like the last hour our lobby was open before we went to drive-through for the rest of the night. And this bitch, while I'm at the front counter in front of the customers, I'm starting to check what needs to be done, and I'm starting to see that the previous shift had not stocked before they left like they were supposed to. And she starts yelling at me about it, accusing me of not having done it. And I'm just like, look, ma'am, I literally was just switched up here. I spent the last 8 hours here on drive-through, And before I moved up here, I spent about 5 minutes making sure Drive was stocked. I get up here, I get 3 customers immediately. Store policy says they're my priority. So I took care of the customers before I did anything else. You are yelling at me about something that has nothing to do with me. It was not my fault. Am I going to stock? Yes, I will make sure that front counter is properly stocked before I leave. But technically, my shift ended like 20 minutes ago. I am only here because I'm helping out a fellow employee by covering an hour because of a scheduling conflict. Like, I was super polite. I didn't raise my voice, I didn't yell, I didn't do, I didn't cuss, any of that. Although, like, inside, mentally, I'm like, the fuck is your goddamn problem, you fucking cunt? So this goes on for about 10 minutes before she just finally walks the fuck away. Now, another policy at that hour of the night is that if employees are going to go outside the store for any reason, like a break or whatever, they are not supposed to leave by the lobby doors, because we're starting the process of shutting lobby down for the night. Well, when she finally stopped yelling at me in front of the customers, and by the end of it, like, all 3 customers were like looking at her like, what the fuck? Like they were just astonished that this was behavior that she would partake in. So she leaves out the lobby door, takes out her phone, doesn't sign out or anything. Another store policy is you're not supposed to be on your phone while you're on the clock. She just walks out the fucking lobby door, starts smoking, and calls somebody. Now, she's supposed to be married. The head manager at the store location is supposedly married too. I only mention that because my suspicion is she called the head manager, Travis, and started whining, bitching, moaning, complaining because I stood up to her for her misbehavior. That's my assumption. I never did find out for sure. But she's out there for like half an hour on the fucking phone, chain smoking and shit, while I'm busy doing my job and doing the job that the previous shift should have fucking done as regards stocking front counter before they left, which they didn't do. So all of that ends up taking me about an hour, a little over an hour. I finished lobby, by the time I got out to clean lobby, the customers had left. So I finished cleaning lobby, I stocked the front counter. I do all the stuff that I'm supposed to do. She comes back in, she does a walkthrough, sees that everything's done. I look at her, I'm like, okay, look, the hour I was supposed to cover is done. The employee that's supposed to be here now is here, already signed in. Can I sign out and leave? Can I clock out? She's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. So I clock out, go grab my shit from the break room, and I go home. And I'm like, okay, this is going to be the end of it. I'm not going to have to deal with this anymore for the rest of fucking, whatever. Like, it's not going to be a problem. I was so wrong. Because I get in the next day because I know I'm scheduled to work the next day. Plus, I go in really early, like 45 minutes early, because I want to be able to write my schedule down for the next week. And I get in, the lobby is full, it's end of afternoon rush, lunch rush is beginning to hit, and Travis is there, and Travis pulls me into a booth and sits me down and says, "This is what the manager last night told me happened." And basically he said that she claimed I had yelled at her, I had cussed her out in front of customers, blah, 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 blah. And I told Travis, I says, okay, look, that's not what happened, dude. I says, first off, the camera's right there right behind front counter. They work, right? And he's like, yeah. Like, you have camera footage of what happened. You can check it. You can check what I'm about to tell you. But this is what happened. And I explained to him that I got to work. This teenage, male, teenage boy was there. He'd already been on shift for a little bit. Said that he had a graduation thing he could not miss, but it was in a schedule conflict with his actual work hours for the day. And he asked me to cover for the 1 hour that he could not work, that he had to be gone to do this thing. And I says, we cleared it with the manager on duty at the time. We both went back and we talked to him. We said, look, this is what the deal is. The manager on duty at the time, I can't remember the guy's name. He was a really good guy, though. He was like, yeah, sure, you can cover that hour. He can get off early so he can go do the school thing they just got to do. It's not a problem. I says, I was on drive-through for my scheduled shift. At the end of my scheduled shift, during that extra hour I was at work covering for the kid, I got moved from drive-through to front counter. I told Travis, I got hit immediately before I could do anything else with 3 customers. And I had made sure before I moved to counter that drive-through was properly restocked the way it should be. I told Travis, it says, what's her name was just kind of walking around back and forth behind me, apparently looking at stuff. She saw that nothing had been stocked like it was supposed to by the previous shift before they went off duty. And once I finished with the customers, I got them their food, they were all seated in the lobby, I said she started yelling at me right in front of front counter. She didn't say, hey, can you come back to the office with me? I need to talk to you for a minute, blah, 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 blah. Nothing like that. So she just starts yelling at me in front of the customers at the front counter. And I was very respectful, but I told her, I says, look, you are accusing me of something that is not my fault. I says, I will restock front counter because it needs to be done, obviously. But that should have been done before the previous shift left. And you are yelling at me because they didn't do their job. And I don't appreciate that. I says, then she left through the lobby doors to go outside without clocking out and was out there for about a half hour on a phone call, I don't know with who, smoking right by the side of the building. So she violated store policy about yelling at employees for something in front of customers. She violated store policy for that hour of the night by going out through the lobby doors when she's not supposed to, something you have drilled into every single employee. And she yelled at me for something that wasn't my fault to begin with. I had covered all my responsibilities prior to the start of the hour that I was covering for the teenage kid because of a scheduling conflict, which had been pre-approved by the afternoon second shift boss that was on duty. If anyone should be getting in trouble, if anyone should be catching hell, it should be her. And the manager had the nerve to look there, sit there and look me in the face and go, no, I don't care if you're right or not. You're the one in trouble because I'm taking her word over yours regardless of anything else. And I was like, are you fucking... Like, this is when I exploded on the head manager. With customers in the lobby, like a filled lobby of customers. We probably had 20, 30 people in there at least. And I started hollering and cussing Travis out like there was no tomorrow. And I did that for probably 15 minutes until I need to take a breath, at which point Travis like, yeah, you're definitely fucking fired regardless of anything else. I don't care. Now you need to come back and sign this complaint form. I was like, I'm not fucking signing anything. I'll come back and take a look at it, but I ain't signing shit. Fuck you. Because he had threatened not to give me my final paycheck if I didn't come back and sign it. Or at least look at it. So I went back and looked at it, and I saw that he had 2 complaints on the form that he was using as an excuse to fire me. The one was from that dumb cunt manager from the previous evening. And then the other was from a conversation I had with a teenage girl who I sometimes had worked shifts with, I had become friends with, I enjoyed hanging out with. And the conversation was basically this. It frustrates me to no end that he fucking talked to this young woman and she confirmed exactly what I told him, and he still lied on the complaint form. I get into work one day, this was like a couple of weeks before. Travis was a manager on duty at the time. I'm on drive-thru. The drive-thru is like right next to the manager's office. There's like maybe 10 feet away from it. The difference between where that's at and where the drive-thru was. And while I'm checking my station, setting everything up, making sure everything's kosher before I get my first customer for the night, this young woman walks up to me and we start talking. And at some point, she tells me, hey, look, I'd like to know when you work again. And I look at her suspiciously because I don't know if this is like a trap or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to be careful. And I say, why do you want to know? She's like, oh, I just enjoy hanging out with you here at work. And you're fun to talk to and you're really nice. I'm like, okay, well, this is my next work date when I'm going to be at work again. And that was basically the end of the conversation. She walked away, started doing her job for the night, and that was it. Apparently Travis heard the conversation, but what he heard was me allegedly inviting this young woman to come see me at my apartment. Which never fucking happened. And that was what was on the second complaint. Was Travis was like, oh yeah, he's like 30 some odd years old and he invited this 15, 16-year-old girl to come to his apartment. And I read that, and this Hispanic manager that was a friend of mine that I've been talking to about maybe recommending me for managerial training sometime soon, was right there, and even he was fucking horrified. Because I looked at fucking Travis, I threw the bullshit complaint shit in his face. I was like, really, Travis? You're going to attempt to accuse me of, what, pedophilia or some bullshit? With this second bullshit complaint? Did you fucking talk to the young woman? And get her side of it? He's like, yeah. I was like, did she say that happened? No. Then why the fuck did you put it on the complaint form? The fuck is wrong with you? Why do you have a fucking problem with me? What the fuck did I ever do to you? Like, I am livid at this point. I am so pissed I about punched the guy. And Travis is like, I don't know. This is what I swear I heard. I was like, but you fucking got told by me and her that that's not what happened and that's not what was said. And you have the fucking balls to write a falsified complaint claiming that was what was said, despite the fact that the two people involved are both fucking telling you you're full of shit and that didn't happen. The fuck is wrong with you? Hang on a minute, I got it. Visitors. I haven't heard any fucking knocks.
Oh, you haven't?
No. I've been doing my thing. I haven't heard any knocks. If you were knocking, you obviously didn't fucking knock loud enough, or I wasn't here. Or I wasn't here, or I was in the shower when you did it. Like, it was one of those.
It's okay, but it's not a big deal. Here.
Like, that's all I can fucking say about that.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to help you out. You want some of these?
Fucking visitor in the house, that's what's the matter with him. Oh, it gets worse, Poppin'. It gets so much worse. Because I stormed the fuck. I did not sign the complaints that day. I told him to take the job and fucking shove it up his ass. I accused him of sleeping with the manager that lied about me the night before. Because there was no other fucking way in hell that he would take that manager's word and not check the video fucking evidence that was right the fuck there on camera. Like, that's just not, that makes no sense, you know what I'm saying? So I stormed out. About a week and a half later, I come in to pick up my final check. And guess who's on fucking duty? Fucking Travis. So I walk in, I'm like, just give me my fucking check. Don't even say a word, you lying sack of fucking shit. I am not dealing with your shit again today. Like, not happy at all, and just not even giving him a shot to run his fucking mouth. You know what I'm saying? So he gives me my check, and I go down to my bank to go cash it and put it into my account. And it wasn't until I got to the bank that I realized he had purposely left another employee's fucking check stapled to the back of mine. And I was like, are you fucking serious? So, this son of a bitch let another manager lie about me and didn't bother even trying to check for fucking evidence, even though there was evidence to prove the lie, which cost me my fucking job. As part of that, he filed 2 complaints, both of which were false, and one of which alleged that I was attempting to solicit, you know, a underage girl to go to my fucking apartment, which never fucking happened. And he talked to both people involved in the conversation where he claimed that happened and was told by both individuals that never fucking happened. And then fires me over that. And then I come to pick up my final fucking check, and he tries to get me in a different form of legal trouble by leaving another employee's check fucking attached to mine. Oh, hell no. No, that shit wasn't gonna fly. So I had to go all the way back to that fucking McDonald's with this other employee's check, storm right the fuck into the back office, even though, like, several employees tried to tell me I could. I was like, nah, bitch, nah. Get the fuck out the way. This son of a bitch tried to get me in trouble by leaving somebody else's check attached to mine. Not fucking happening. I'm returning the goddamn check. And I slammed the fucking check down on the fucking desk in the manager's office, and I told him, I says, you are, hands down, one of the worst pieces of shit I have ever fucking had the dishonor of working for. You're a lying sack of shit. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that you suffer the fucking consequences for your actions. I'm going to boycott this McDonald's. I will not ever come here again while you're still working here. Not for me. I may come here to get stuff for somebody else, but I'm not going to fucking get anything for me because you're a piece of shit. I'm going to tell everybody what fucking happened because you don't deserve to have this fucking job. And if I can figure out a way to get a hold of corporate, I'm going to fucking let them know about the bullshit that you fucking pulled. And do everything in my power to get your ass fired by corporate. The problem with getting a hold of corporate is that particular McDonald's is one of those that, while it's loosely affiliated with the McDonald's brand, it was a what do they call them? It's one of those that was owned but not directly owned by McDonald's itself. I guess it's like employee owned or whatever they call it. Kind of like, you know, how most like Subway locations are affiliated with Subway, but Subway doesn't directly own them, so that the people who actually own the locations get away with like fucking over employees and shit a lot without corporate getting in trouble for it. It was one of those kind of situations. Because I spent like 3 weeks looking for a way to get a hold of corporate and just couldn't find shit. I talked to various employees, including managers, that should have had information that would allow me to do it. Couldn't find shit. So he got away with it in terms of retaining his job, but he lost the best employee he probably ever had. Because for like the 3 months that I worked at that location, there wasn't a day that went by after my first about week on the job, where customers weren't coming up and talking to whichever manager was on duty at the time, saying, we really like this guy. He's been really good. He really makes us feel like we're supposed to be here, like we belong, all this. He should be Employee of the Month. And if you don't have an Employee of the Month program, you should start one, and he needs to be that Employee of the Month. Like, it was so constant that I would get this. And it's not the first time at a job location working fast food where I would have this. But, like, he doesn't understand the kind of impact I could have on that business. And I had an impact. Like, I fucking told everybody what happened. I told my friends, I told my acquaintances, I told everybody I could get my hands onto. I was posting it on social media for months on end. Like I did not hesitate to make sure that the entire situation was known. It got so bad that I got arrested for being on the property because they filed whatever order or whatever to trespass me to not come on the property because he lost employees. Good, solid employees, including that kid I covered for and that one young lady. Both heard about what happened after I got fired. Then, you know, I came to pick up an order from my roommate at the time, one of my roommates at the time, and they were there, and they asked me about it, and I told them what happened, and both of them were like, fuck this, and fuck him, and fuck this McDonald's. And both of them left, and they weren't the only ones. He lost probably 10 or 15 employees inside 3 months because of that situation. Because I did not hesitate to let everybody know what happened. Because everybody was asking me, hey, why aren't you working here anymore? And I would fucking tell them. So he lost a ton of employees, blamed me for it. And in this case, he was right to blame me for something. And apparently he called the police and filed whatever he needed to file to trespass me from coming onto the property. So I come onto the property one day to pick up an order from one of my roommates at the time, and I got fucking arrested for trespassing. And the cop that arrested me was like, somebody came out to your house and gave you paperwork that said something about this. I was like, no, they fucking didn't. And I told that to the judge, too, because the judge asked me, because I was only in jail for like a couple of nights. And the judge asked me when I went to see him, I was like, look, Your Honor, I didn't know. The records for the police department say I was notified. I was not. I never got any paperwork. There was never an officer that came to my home and said, hey, you're not supposed to be on that property anymore. Nothing. I had no knowledge that I was trespassed on that property. But now that I know, I will not go back there again. That's not a problem. I know why it happened. I know what led up to it happening. I know how much crap, BS it is that it happened, but I'm not going to, I'm not going to push the envelope. I will just not go there anymore. And the judge was like, well, I have to, in this case, side with the officers who claim that they notified you, but I understand that you weren't, that you don't recall having been notified. I was like, it's not just that I don't recall. I said, Your Honor, I have 2 roommates that I live with. Believe me, if officers had come to my house to hand me paperwork on this, at least one of them would have known. Because at least one of them is there pretty much all day, every day. The other one's there all night, every night, usually. I said, there's no way that neither one of them would have not known that officers were at the door to talk to me and that I would have received that paperwork. And I can bring my witnesses in and they will tell you that I was not notified, that no one ever came to my door and said something. And, you know, I got let go, obviously, like, that was it. That was the end of that. I never went back there to that particular location. But, yeah, like, it was just bullshit from the top down. Like, the entire thing was apparently Travis had some kind of an issue with me that he refused to inform me of, and he let it brew until he found what he felt was a viable excuse to fire me, even though the evidence was both on camera and had been told to him by people involved that the reasons he used to fire me were bullshit. And I cost that store location at least 20 to 30% of their monthly income from customers, just because, A, I posted about what happened on social media and I talked to people about it and they talked to other people, so word spread. But also, B, there were a shit ton of customers that were coming every day I was on duty just because I was there. Like, we're talking all these customers that kept telling them that I should be Employee of the Month, and if the location didn't have an Employee of the Month program, they needed to start one, and I should be it. All these fucking people stopped going to that store location and started going to either other fast food joints or other McDonald's locations in the area, even if it meant extra travel time and shit like that. They didn't care. They heard about what happened to me. They were pissed, and they didn't want anything to do with this ass clown. And I'm just sitting back like, I told you, you son of a bitch, you were gonna fucking suffer. It was like a year and a half later that I caught up with an employee at the time. It was one of the newer employees, and like, I saw her out in the street when I was out walking, and I asked if Travis was still working there, and they were like, no, they moved Travis like 8 months ago. He doesn't work here anymore. I think he may have actually gotten fired. I was like, fuck you. So yeah, believe me when I tell you, I understand what it's like to get screwed by a boss. I understand better than most what it's like to be really fucked over by your boss. And that wasn't even the first time I'd been fucked over by a boss at McDonald's. Like, there was one time I got a job at a McDonald's on the other end of that same town I lived in. And I'd only been there like 2 weeks when it was discovered that somebody had been stealing from the till overnight. And I got called in. It wasn't me. Matter of fact, the manager I spoke to that called me in and fired me over it, when I asked her, specifically said they knew it wasn't me. They knew who the culprit was. They had the culprit on camera. But I got fired for it anyway because I was the newest employee at that location. She didn't care that I wasn't the one doing it. I was the new guy, so I was the one that got blamed. Regardless of the fact they had evidence, it wasn't me. So, not the first time I've been screwed pretty badly by a boss at McDonald's.
Okay, let's go.
Which is why I kind of got to the point where I was like, you know what? I don't need this kind of bullshit anymore.
Wait right here.
I just fucking don't. I'm already mentally disabled. I've get my disability. And as much as I want to work, and I do, like, I don't want to just live on disability, I also understand that I'm only qualified to work fast food.
It won't open. Are you...
Activating combat mode.
And
Conflict resolved.
it's not worth risking my mental health to have a job. Like, it's just not fucking worth it.
It won't open.
Activating combat mode.
Got him!
Conflict resolved.
Later!
Like, I'm not putting myself in that position again.
Activating combat mode.
Take that! See ya!
Conflict resolved.
Later! Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Alright. Take care of yourself, kid.
Good. Now it's safe.
Damn, 12:20 left in the third, and Buffalo is down 3-21. Baltimore ahead. Holy shit. Oh, but that was a beautiful pass by Buffalo. Can they score?
I'll go take a look inside.
I mean, they got that motherfucker right down to the goal line.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Got him!
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Later! Oh yeah!
So, wow, Shinra is so corrupt because my character is still alive. We know, if you've played the original Final Fantasy game, we know Sephiroth survived the encounter here, and we know of the two infantrymen that were here, Cloud survived. So that's going to be interesting when I get back to Shinra. And they're like, wait, what?
Okay, looks like it's all clear. I'll be right back. Don't worry.
Although, if this is your first experience with anything Final Fantasy VII, you might think that, at the very least, the one infantry guy and Sephiroth are dead at this point.
Right. That should do it.
Shinra Corps is going to have some splaining to do.
What's going on? The whole town was in flames.
After them! It's the Professor's samples!
You really think you can catch me? Think again. Cloud! Oh no. No way! I'm never going back!
Activating combat mode.
Hey, got him! Take that! The end! Later! Got him! Later!
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Well, that was easy.
Uh-oh. Not feeling good. This is bad. I'd better fall back. It's daytime, and we're still a little weak. Should we rest till dark? Is this Mako poisoning? Hey, Angeal. Can I not save anyone? Right. I'm gonna go find you a change of clothes. Those Mako-soaked clothes will definitely not help you get back on your feet.
You wait here, okay? I'll be right back.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
The end. Oh yeah.
Alright, Pokeballs in the chat.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Alright, time to go into town. See about doing this final wonder thing. the place over.
Nest eggs.
Okay. There's nobody here. So now that I think about it, there is one other place out here I could check. Nope. Not there. We got all of these buildings which were on fire at one point. Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Nibelheim side quest. Alright, I see where it's at now. At least I have a better idea. Yep, there it is. And that gives me the 7 Wonders Expert Trophy. I learned all of Nibelheim's 7 Wonders. Well, it looked like Buffalo was making a comeback for a minute until that fumble play. Oh.
combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
Huh? Baltimore got a penalty called on them at the end of the play, but they still retain the ball.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Excellent.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way! Warm-up's over!
Here we go.
Brace yourself.
And we'll save that for the next wave.
Conflict resolved.
There we go. Use this to toughen up my character a little bit more. Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on!
Is this the end?
No, not if I can help it. Yourself.
Good luck.
Thanks. Guns.
Good luck.
Thanks. Better run for it.
Alright, this is a new one. Okay, this animation is cool as hell. I like it, I like it. And it healed all my stuff.
Bringing out the big guns.
Good luck.
Warm-up's over.
The power of soldier.
It's giving me an opportunity to really level up some materia. Something I've been wanting to do for a while.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I wish she could see this sky.
Zack, we have to go soon. Something wrong?
Just
This is a new one.
All right, let's go.
Warm-up's over.
Alright, let's do this. That'll basically kill the entire lot.
Conflict resolved.
Nice. Nice. Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
Activating combat mode. Alright, we'll save that for this.
No.
Hey, Eric?
You're in for it now.
Good luck.
Wait for the new class.
Bringing out the big guns.
Do this. Ooh. First time for this. Oh, that is cool as hell looking. Look at that. Alright, here we go. Didn't see I had that till just a moment ago. But that's fine because it lasted long enough for me to do that. I don't know how I got poisoned.
Brace yourself! Prove your honor to me! Got him!
Bringing out the big guns.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I know I've got airstrike waiting.
Better run for it.
One, save it for a mass group. There we go. Pokeballs back into chat, folks.
Taking you down a bit of rough bits. Got him. Bringing out the big guns.
Now for this, for the big group. Man, this is lasting for fucking ever. Alright, that's annoying. There we go. Save that airstrike.
You're in for it now.
Is this the end?
No, not if I can help it. Whoa! Brace yourself.
All right, cool.
Prove your honor to me.
Jesus Christ.
Better run for it!
You can do it, Zack.
Take that! Later! Bringing out the big guns!
Here we go. Save this for this section.
Better run for it!
There we go. Really does seem fucking endless. Like, I almost want to let him just kick my ass just so I could be done with this shit, but that would not complete the mission.
You're in for it now! Oh, Cisne. Warm-up's over.
You can do it.
Plus, if I did that, I'd lose all the material work that this has gotten me.
Brace yourself.
I don't want to do that.
Is this the end?
I'm Zack. What's your name?
Is this the end?
No.
It's like Baltimore won.
You're in for it now.
This one's new. Pokeballs in chat, folks.
Bringing out the big guns.
The power of soldier.
Prove your honor.
There has got to be an end to this at some point.
Is this the end?
No. Bringing out the big guns.
The power of soldier. soldier.
Alright. I've been trying to just get through this so that I can finish this part. But god damn it, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. See if we can fucking finish this shit. God damn. I don't even care about those little cutscenes anymore. I just want to get through this shit. Like, how long is this going to go on? I've been doing this for like 20 minutes now. Alright, Apocalypse? I don't think I've seen this one before.
Show me the true power of Soldier.
I don't recall I haven't seen this before. This is cool as shit. Get me to the next group.
You're in for it now.
Is this the end?
Brace yourself.
Show me the true power of Soldier.
Mind your own business. Warm-up's over.
Show me the true power of Soldier. for it now. Show me.
Conflict resolved.
Holy shit! I wasn't sure if that was ever gonna actually end. Fucking Christ, dude. Alright. We are now going to finally fucking raid out. Because holy shit, that took forever. I see COD Lady and Dark Nova came in, tail end of this. Thank you guys for showing up. Appreciate the hell out of you. I'm gonna raid out to my buddy, the Misfit Princess. So y'all be good to yourselves, each other, the planet. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise the rights, responsibilities, privileges, duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers you watch, because, like I say all the time, we really, really appreciate that. And as streamers, make sure you show that love and respect to your viewers. While we could do this job without them, it just wouldn't be any fun. So, this is your Immortal Sith Emperor, signing the fuck out.
As with all spy stories, much is